Okay, good afternoon, good evening, good morning. Howdy, howdy. Hey, Bill. Hey, James. Hey, Steve. Hey, Aaron and Spectre and Papaway. Hey, Bob and Jeff. Hi, Jose. PF Dennis. Tanner, I saw you were the first in the forum. Hey, Little Brat. Hey, Prince Frank V and Arizona Cowboy 1. Hey, Sissy Kid and Jeff, Mitchell, Pat. How are folks? Hey, John and Rick and Cliff. Dr. Dave. Hey, DJ. And Marcus Hempel. And away we go. Exactly. We are making good progress on the Trident build here. And we will be doing a lot of configuration today and a little bit of soldering. So that'll be fun. Hey, on. Hey, Clown Hammer and AP Design. Hey, Maker Viking. Hey, Richard. Hey, Doom. Okay, so I think what I want to start with on here is reminding you that there is a Polymaker filament giveaway. It's in the pin post and the description, so be sure to sign up. There is a new, it doesn't make a whole lot of difference, except that if you haven't claimed, if you happen to have won in a previous stream and haven't claimed your filled out the form that I sent an email to you for yet, you will need to contact me and I need to generate a code for you. So if you have submitted and were successful in submitting it, you don't need to contact me. But if you have not submitted it, then you can try, but it'll probably tell you that you need a code from me. So, hey, Kegel. Hey, Steven. Hey, Ekozad. Statute of limitations. I have no idea if there is one. I have no idea. That's up to Joel. Nightcore. He is the community manager for that stuff. And I need to message him and ask him some questions. But other than that, we're good. So I want to start with the SKSM module from Big Tree Tech. So we're going to look at the documentation and we're going to skip right to the Raspberry Pi wiring page on this. Hi, Brent. Hey, Clownhammer. So this is the PDF document for the SKSM module. Now what this is that little board that should allow us to just hit the power on the printer and it will gracefully shut down the Pi. So, hey, Laura and Sean, welcome. So this is a very simple diagram, but it's nothing hard to follow. It is a little interesting in that there is a bit going on here. The way that this works is that on a normal operating, under normal operating conditions, there is a USB out from the SKSM board to the USB or the power in on the Pi. And that is your normal power, operating power. Upon power being cut, it diverts power to the GPIO pins, I believe, but also sends a signal, and there's some configuration we do to initiate a shutdown. Now, I am not sure, and I could not find adequate documentation to explain why we have 3 connections to the Pi, one of which is to a solder port that doesn't have a connector there. If anybody knows on this, if you can articulate it in chat, that would be awesome. But me looking through the documentation a bit, I couldn't quite figure out why it needs all 3 connections. We're just gonna follow the instructions and see if it works. So let me start by getting the printer on its side. I've got a couple of scrap ABS cut parts that I'm going to use as kind of a spacer, so I'm not putting a bunch of strain on the side fans on the Voron here. So I'm just going to set that right there, right there. And we're going to lower this and get a little better view here. And that'll probably be good. So, because it's Big Tech, yeah. Really hoping for the instructions say 4 reasons. Yeah. I don't know. Hey, Poity. I just ordered a spare header pin to the Pi for that blue wire. Yeah, so here's what I'm doing. Here's what I am going to do. And I'm going to take some of this apart because I've already made this harness. You've seen me make stuff. I am going to do a mulligan here, and I made the harness for this. And I'm going to explain what I did with that. So let me unplug a bunch of things here so I can show you. I just soldered a spare header pin to the Pi for that blue wire. Yep, and I'm gonna do something very similar along those lines. We're going to pull all of this out, and we have, so I'm not gonna disconnect the power. There's 24 volts going in. This is the USB out to the USB power in on the Pi. And then, that's my harness. And then this header here goes to various points on the Pi, as you saw in that diagram. Hey, Redacted. So I made quite a little harness here. This out of there for now. So, and I am utilizing, I made this harness because I'm going to continue to utilize this GPIO board from LDO. Okay, so I'm going to continue to use this because this has all the pins, and I'd rather minimize the number of DuPonts that I have to plug in here. So last stream we talked about I'm short USB headers. Okay, so talk about Trident. We talked about I'm going to, instead of communicating with between the Pi and Leviathan via USB, I'm going to use UART. So that's a good reason to keep this board, because there are UART pins on this header, and this used to supply power to the Pi, but we don't want to supply power from the Leviathan anymore. We're going to supply it from the SKSM board. Hi Michael, hi RJ. So this is, I'm gonna just plug back in here so I stop fidgeting with it. So this has input here, which is transmit, receive, a couple of grounds, and a couple of 5-volt lines. Okay. So for the Leviathan connector right here, I have a ground because I thought it was a good idea to share a ground and keep the same ground reference between everything. So I left one ground and then transmit and receive for the UART. That's the plug that's going to go into the Leviathan here. Sean, serious question, but I thought you mostly just leave your printers on, so why the SKSM? Just because you can? Well, I mean, my printers aren't on all the time. It's so I can just power it off. And Big Tree Tech gave me this at Rocky Mountain Rep Festival, and I might as well try it and show how to set it up. And this is really interesting because this is different from what I've done in other things. So, okay, so this plug that goes into the Leviathan is transmit, receive, and ground. The plug that goes into the Pi has transmit or receive from there, but then 2 heavy gauge power wires that go back to this, and that's this connector. Okay, so I have and they're a little heavier gauge than JST supports, but it's the wire I had. And then the other 3 GPIO connections that go to the Pi, as the diagram showed, the gray and yellow and blue wires. I didn't match colors, but I have those going to a DuPont connector for the end here. But then for this blue wire, I am going to use a JST, and I took a JST PCB header and I kind of carved a little bit away from it so I can set it in and avoid a couple of components there and solder it in. So, sharing a ground is a good idea. A lot of industrial control boards bond the AC ground and DC negative together. Shaped. I had tacos for lunch. I had street tacos for lunch. They were yummy. Hey, Arthur. Hey, the Reverend. The system is Nighthawk, not CAN. It is not Nighthawk, but it is an LDO board designed by Robert Lorenz. It is the Orbital. It's the Orbital. It's designed for the Orbiter. So that's what we're trying. Hey, Jake. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad you're here. Okay, so I'm going to pull... We have to pull the Pi off because I need to solder some wires to it. Solder that header to it. So we're just going to unplug everything and hope we can put it back in with some sort of... Not making too much of a... Keep it somewhat orderly. Jake, I'm glad it looks like things might be looking up for you. I know that was pretty scary, and it is not going to be a fun road, but I'm glad it looks like you've had some turn of fortune there. Hey, Kittrell. At least if I understand things correctly. About time for a USB hub under there. Did you get the apricot sauce? I did. I haven't tried it yet. I'm assuming it's going to have a bit of a kick. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to... Oh, I got something today. Actually, I got something yesterday. Where did that go? There it is. I got something yesterday that I don't know if I'm supposed to show or not, but I'm going to show it. This is one of the coolest. I think it's going to turn into one of my favorite drivers. Because I don't let me chat. Hey, Steve, didn't want to steal any of your limelight, but I know a lot of your community did help us a bunch, and just wanted to say a big thank you to all. Awesome. I'm glad, Jake. That's good to hear. This is an LDO driver. Now, the one we've used before is the same size, except for this one is a 2mm ball driver, and it's short. I like it. I also have a 2.5mm and a 3mm. So we will be trying these out. I'm going to be using this as much as I can to test durability on it. But this is so cool just because it's so small. So these are my two 2mm ball drivers now. And there are very different uses for these at this point. I don't know why not blue. That's a great question. I would actually really like it if they were some sort of color code. Maybe I can put some heat shrink on the end of these. Oh, and one more. Okay, so we'll unplug that. So this little header right there has a couple of components next to it, and I wanted to still be able to read the text there, so I put the JST header, and I don't know if you can tell, but I just cut away some so it would still sit flat, and we can get this soldered on. There's some paint markers I used to color code mine. Yeah. Just joining, we're going to tackle wiring today. WLED today. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if we'll get to WLED. If we don't do it today, we'll definitely do it in 2 weeks. We are not going to have a Trident stream next Tuesday. We're going to have a surprise stream with something that's not yet fully released. But will be by the time next Tuesday comes around. Print a cap to go over the top of the handle where the shaft exits, then you can color it whatever you want. Yeah, right there. If I can find something that'll keep it in there, I don't really want to glue it. It looks pretty smooth. MK4S, no. I did pre-order MK4S upgrade kit for my MK4. That won't be here until mid-September though, according to the order page. So here, let's see what I can do here. Will my, I'm gonna move this down. Oops, sorry about that. Let's do that. Here we go. We'll be ordering too. Yeah, Poity told me about it. Told me they were already up there to order. So I was on that. Now, can I get this one? Let's get this over here. Can I get this one to hold this in place? So, here, let's do this. Let's hold this on. Let's put this on here. A little late, but I did make it. Hey, Bitter Bucket. Let's take this off and see if that, oh yeah. That will hold it right like that. Now I can put this down and then get the rest of these on. I like this thing. There, I can solder right there. So I've gotten into a really bad habit of not writing down, because Discord is really terrible for saving old message history, but not writing down where different conversations. So one of you sent me this OmniFixo, and I can't for the life of me figure out who it was. So if it was you, please message me so I can confirm, just kind of let you know. This is really cool. I like it. Okay, so that soldered onto there. I'm going to kind of reheat this to get it all the way there. There we go. Now it's all the way out. Have you done something different with the chat box overlay? It is different. It is terrible. All of the cascading style sheet stuff that gets applied to it that I got from a website that I'm going to have to find again no longer works, and it's something YouTube did. YouTube did something to make it not work. So I don't like it, but I haven't had a chance to figure out how to fix it yet. Should put it on my pizza today. Man, I missed something exciting if we were soldering on the Pi. Do I have a link to this? This is OmniFixo. I don't necessarily have a quick link. Just search for OmniFixo and you'll find it. There you go. OmniFixo. What Voron should I get as my first? A Trident. Okay, so that's on there. And that will work. Possibly I tried either 250 or 300. Tomorrow I have an opportunity to get home a little earlier than usual from work. So I am planning on doing a Discord hangout, which is a feature in Discord that allows me to present, basically stream, to more than 25 people. So it's basically going to be a live stream just in Discord instead of on YouTube. And we will be updating my Mark 3.5 to a 3.9. Did you look at the OBS setting I posted to you in the Discord? I didn't get a chance. Thank you, Wolf Pup. Thanks for a reminder. I'll go back and look at that before Sunday. What night is that? So tomorrow night, I'm going to do the Google Hangout, or the Discord Hangout. Discord Hangout in my Discord. So the invite link is in the description. Hey, Ballador. The link to the invite to my Discord is in the description. The Mark 3.9 upgrade will be in preparation for putting together a MMU3, probably in 3 weekends from now. Manic on Meet the Maker. That's awesome. And we'll be raiding into that after Sunday's stream, Sean. Mark 3.9 or not Mark 3.9S. Well, none of the S kit upgrade stuff is actually out there yet. All of it seems, and I'm pretty sure I'm correct, it seems all of the 3.9 stuff has been pre-assembled units that folks have had for a little bit. It doesn't appear that any kit stuff has gone out. So for the S stuff, I'm plugging these back in. Oh, you can't even see what I'm doing because I'm now still pointing at where I was soldering. There we go. Is there a reason you're not using OTG mode in the USB-C port on the... I don't know what OTG mode is, Phil. What is OTG? I don't know what OTG mode is. Hey, Kenneth. Make the black part of the window. It will... Oh, yeah. I finished assembling my Voron switchwire even with the help of your videos. Awesome. Congrats. Why does Z-Bot rubs against the tooth gear? Why does... You'll need to adjust. You can slide those tooth gears back and forth on that stepper shaft there, Alessandro. More than 100 viewers and likes. Hey, there we are. We need more likes. Yep. It gives you another port. Well, I need to use this to power it now. Bill, I need to use this to power it now. So this is going to go here, and this is going to come around here, and under all of this, we're going to plug these guys back in. There, and this one's going there, and this one's coming around and going there. This one here and plugging into the side of the SKSM module. Would this shutdown kit work on a Manta board? Yes. So if we go to the instructions, they have a SKSM Pi 2. So this is for a Pi 2 and Manta series wiring. So OTG on the Go is when your device that's usually a client is a host. OTG is normally used to swap who is a host on mobile devices. Okay. So now this 2-pin DuPont goes into these bottom or upper left pins, and then this will flip through here and plug in right here. So then that plugs in there. Hey, Biney. Thank you for the tip. I tried to move the gear, but the belt always pushed to one side like it's tilted. There's a lot of things that can cause that. Yeah, on a switch wire, you definitely want to make sure that your stepper mount is completely vertical and pushed up against the gantry frame as well. Hey, Sir Guy. Hey, Biney. Hey, Brendan. Okay, so that is all hooked up. The skirt PCB is now hooked up to USB. I've got my extra USB on the other side of the skirt. And that way we can plug in a ADXL when we find out that the one that's on this this Toolhead board isn't going to do the trick. I'm gonna pull this off. This through here, back through this side. Okay. And then I think we can power this back on. And so now that we're no longer talking from the Pi to the Leviathan via USB, we're gonna have to reconfigure it to do UART. Hey, Frank. So let's get power in this thing. I'm gonna leave this on this side just in case we have any clippable moment. What's the point of Core XZ? You don't need speed on Z since it stays there for the duration of the layer. It does not. Z-hop. You can Z-hop very, very fast with Core XZ. So there is a point. How valuable that point is depends on your matter of opinion, but there is a point. Okay, get your screen capture fingers ready. We're gonna turn this on. I hope I don't pop anything. Okay, it powered on. Yep, screen's working. Screen's working. So far so good. That's awesome. Go here, and we're going to VT. Should be able to get here once the Pi is done booting. There we go. Did the lights dim? You thought you saw a puff of smoke from the Pi. I don't smell anything, so it must not have happened. I sure hope you didn't. We are not actually connecting. Why aren't we connecting? We should be connecting to the Pi. There we are. We're in. And PF Tennis, thanks for the gifted memberships. I smell burnt pie. Maybe you get down there though. I got my nose all in there and I didn't smell anything. Okay, so we're up. This is not going to be happy. So like I said in my little announcement, we had a happy clipper. We're going to anger clipper for a little while. Clipper's going to be angry for a while. So we are going to start at the LDO motion. There's good reason for Core XZ, then you can have the same Z speed with belted Z upgrade, which also gives you the option for dual independent Z for Z tilt. You can do Z tilt with other methods, but you can't do Z tilt with a switch wire setup. Hey, Brent. The frame, oh, so let's get back to this. So that LDO frame enclosure camera itself looks really neat. We can adjust the focus on that, the thing. I am annoyed at myself because the camera mount that is linked from 3DO's site to printables, it's not open source. So we're going to set that aside. We're not going to touch the camera this weekend. I need to redesign a mount for it because only STLs were provided. I'm not interested in using it at that point then. So It's not correct for one thing. The camera isn't centered in the mount, so it's not correct, and there are no step files provided. So I'm going to redesign it, and I didn't get that done. If it was a narrow to Modbot stream, smoke would be possible. No joke. Now let's try to fly with all this stuff on board. Yeah. Yeah. So we're going to go to the LDO Motion site and go to the Leviathan guide. There's where we are. And there is information here on how to flash this with the UART interface. So we're going to follow this and see how it does. So if we go to configure and build Clipper with UART, and this is using, actually we want to go back here to Katapult. So we're going to use Katapult to set up first, and then so we're going to follow this. So I want to look in my machine config and printer config. That's where we were before. So let's bring up a command window. I've been installing a 3-zone in-ground sprinkler system last couple of days under a sidewalk. Ew, that doesn't sound fun at all. Okay, SSH pi at BT gray. What I used? Local. There we are. And do I have Katapult on already? I do not. So let's install Katapult. Do they have information? Install Katapult. Here we go. Let's go to the default, open a new tab. Let's go to ArcScience documentation for that. There's an update from August 10th on the camera mount. But if there isn't a step file included, if I need to modify it, I can't. So I'm going to move on. So let's see, building. So let's copy this and paste this. Let's get Katapult installed. I wouldn't say that step files are a universal requirement for me to print something and use it on the channel. In this case, we have a functional item that doesn't fit, and I can't continue with that part. If this would have fit, we would have adjusted the focus and kept going, and it would have been fine. But there are problems with it that I can't adjust now. I'm not going to go in and edit STLs. I'm going to change it. So, hey, Collie. Oh, I guess I copied the whole thing, so it went right in, and it's going to do a make after this, so whatever. Let's go back over here, and now we are going to, I don't think we need to change anything here, do we? It did everything we needed? Did it do everything we needed? I don't know what this virtual and Python environment, does this need to be done? Make sure the clipper for the can device. Okay, well, we'll see. We can always go back to that if we need to. So set up for UART. Really? There we go. What happened? Oh, this is my old window. This is from last week. Here we go. I am having all kinds of trouble clicking. There we go. Let's go right like that. Hey, Shannon. Hey, Panzercadden. You don't do Python regularly. Yes, you need a virtual Python environment. Hey, Nat. We are STM, and we are a 446. We are, say, do not build, 12 megahertz, and US Art. US Art 1 PA, there we are. And application offset, 2500 baud, support and enable the status LED, which is PE1. Using a Python V in good practice, it prevents polluting your Python system environment. Okay, let's quit and save and go back and close this and go back up here. We did that basically with the other. So now we can actually, can I just grab that? No. Is this one command or is this two? I think it's two. It also prevents dependency version collisions. Why doesn't ArcSign's instructions say to do that then? We should have consistency in our documentation, folks. Copy. There we go. Oh my goodness, I thought last Tuesday was the end of Tuesday streams. Oh no, we've got a few more. And they're not the end of Tuesday streams, it's the end of regular Tuesday streams. It's the end of regular Tuesday streams. I can send you the step for the cam mount. I just tried using the same one, but remade it in Fusion. Okay, let's take a little sidetrack. 3DO frame camera. And if we go, right here. This isn't what I wanted. I wanted to GitHub. Is there a link here to the GitHub? This is the product. Is there a GitHub link? Let's take a little sidetrack here. Enclosure nozzle cam. Let's go to printers, and the mount that I had downloaded was this one. Let's open this in a new tab. So this, I have corrected the 0.5 offset error of the camera hole. Awesome, that's good. But the license, it does allow for remix, so that's okay. So I could remix it. So I could use it. If I run out of time, then I might. But when I looked last time, there's no step files. Which just gets, for something that I may want to change or edit. I'm glad they fixed it though. I'm glad it was corrected. But if you're listening, if you're around, who is this? DJ Designs, step files would be appreciated. It would encourage people to use it and improve on it. Increase the mic volume on your end. That mine's maxed. I'm at max, and I have a filter for increasing. But if that filter doesn't work, then I can't really change anything. Shoot. I don't know if this gain filter works at all. Does it? Did that change it? Am I blowing out earphone users now? Did that increase? I know in general, I've heard low volume feedback from people before, so I don't know what it is because I've got it maxed in OBS. I don't know. My beard isn't creating that big of a muffled. There was a slight increase. I increased it by 2 decibels there. So. Okay, anyway, done with that sidetrack. This has finished the little virtual environment, so now let's move on. See, Katapult, and make menu config. And all of my changes are still there. Had to ask, amazing sound dampening power of the beard. Okay, what do they say for us to do next? So make menu config, copy the settings as shown in the screenshot. That's what I did. And then make. Make. Oh, I increased it, Brent. So if you haven't noticed a difference, then I don't know what to do. Hey, Wildben. You have to shave to improve sound quality. I'm liking where the beard is right now. Since I got about 1.5 inches of it cut, you can now somewhat see the Voron logo on my shirt, and it feels a little more like full. Okay, so now flash the bootloader, sudo, okay. Copy that. If not, thank you. Hey, Gabs Labs. I listen to most streams at 20% volume. For Steve's streams, I go up to 40. Yeah, I've heard that before. That's why I really didn't mind increasing it. But if anybody has any suggestions on what I can do different on the volume, at some point, months ago is when this seemed to come up. Okay, let's paste that and see if that works. We're just following. That did not look right. Invalid DFU. It doesn't say anything. Let's go LS USB. So that's it. No. That's not it. 6177. Okay, I didn't have the same. So open 446. Do I have a 446 listed? I do not. So it's not actually showing up. 483. It doesn't say how to put it into bootloader mode. Is there instructions I missed? Install Clipper. Enable device firmware upgrade. I missed instructions. I missed it. It's highly recommended to have only the Leviathan connected to Pi during this process. Well, we'll try without. Press both the SW2 and SW1 buttons at the same time, then release SW1 and then SW2. I should have known this. I do not have a gain thing that I know of. It's a Rode Lab mic. Okay, so SW1 and SW2. Let me find something plastic I can push these with. And then release SW1 first. Let's see if I can do this way. See if that did it. Let's see if that did it. If we run LSUSB again, I'm not sure that I hit it right. So let me do this with something a little more accurate. I can get in there. See if that did it. No, what is it? SW1 first, followed by SW2. Maybe I did it the other way. SW. Ah. Okay. Now let's try. No, it's not coming up. Could be a couple of different things depending on how your mic is hooked up. I have it hooked up to the audio in mic on the motherboard because that seemed to work the best. This is really, I've put these into DFU mode before. They're really tiny little buttons and easy to slip off of them in the wrong order. And I'm not getting this into DFU mode. Okay. Let me shut this down, power it off, and power it back on and try again. Oh, I need to be in USB. You're right. I need to be in USB for the first flash, huh? Does it say that? That's right. It doesn't have Katapult already. We looked. Yeah, device should be wired as shown and powered on. The USB cable is required for both USB and UART configurations for these steps. Oh, that's me being trying to do too much at once. Thank you, Michael. Let's steal the plug from the skirt buttons first. And plug it in. Back into the... There we go. We'll get this. Just trying to check the video, see if it was connected. No, my bad. I should have known. I should have known. Come on. You didn't miss anything, Andrew. Not at all. Don't rewind. Don't look at anything that I may or may not have done. Just ignore. All right there. SW1 first, followed by SW2. There. Now, there we are. There we are. So we have that STM device in DFU mode now. And that is 0483 DF11. So let's go to Katapult. And do we still have, we should be able to hit this, right? There we go. Run a short DuPont jumper between the RST pins so you can enter the bootloader. I have to do this so infrequently. They were, Jeff. I got all the little robot stuff now. I think everything's been delivered. I haven't opened any of it, but it's all been delivered. There we go. Okay. So go back down to the Katapult. Flash it, file download successfully, resetting, and then Verify the Katapult is flashed successfully. Press the SW1 button and then do LS USB. And then LS USB. We have an open Moco. Nope, not that one. It is not. Make Flash supports it now. Katapult can be involved without hardware buttons. Not sure about the UART. So did I actually hit the USB button? Because I tried to do it with the tip of my thumb. SW1. Let's hit reset. Now, do we see? We don't. It said it was successful. GFU file downloaded successfully, but it is not showing. No, it's only showing the 042. Nope. Try that. I did double press rapidly. Is that SW1? I'm not getting anything. Come on. Hope it should show. Does it blink? Well, there is a button blinking on there. Let's unplug everything that's not this, apparently, because it's... I think that's everything that's not it. Now there's nothing. There's just these. I'm still connected with USB, yes. Yes, I am still connected with USB. Power cycle it. Good old power cycle. Okay, powering it back on. It's the only USB thing plugged in. It says here that we should, for USB, verify the Katapult, press SW1 button on the board, check that the bootloader status. Okay, I apologize. I should be reading more. I'm getting caught in doing that way too often lately. I'm getting caught in doing that way too often lately. Bootloader status LED. Is that what this LED is? I don't know what the bootloader status LED is. Do we know where that is? Does it tell us? Bootloader status LED. Bootloader, nope, that just switched to switch 1. Where's bootloader status LED? I've got an LED on the board that's blinking. Reading helps. It does. It does. We're currently dealing with an angry machine spirit. No, we're dealing with me not reading far enough before I dive into the instructions, which is a lesson that I try to make sure we don't do. So I'm a little embarrassed for letting it happen. Okay. Hey, Adam. Go to the flashing UART section. There's a picture for the LED. Flash, catapult to Leviathan. We did that. For UART, the USB cable can now be removed. Okay, that's removed. Set that off to the side. Clipper firmware for USB down here for UART. So let's get back in there. Flashing clipper with UART interface. Is that what this picture is? Yep, there's the LED that is flashing. So we flashed Katapult. We flashed Katapult before, for sure. Configure and build clipper for the UART interface. So let's go here. And you know something we didn't do? Did I ever go in here? Yeah. We never updated everything before we got started on this. Katapult will be okay, but let's get the rest of this updated before we go further. Let's get everything on the latest versions of Clipper. This isn't very out of date. It's not a lot out of date. Yeah, I'm ahead of you there, Sergey. Let's refresh this. I've never updated Clipper again. I don't mind. I run into hiccups occasionally, but I don't mind. Okay, so let's update all. And see if it actually does it. Almost every time Mainsail fails updating this way. I don't know why. I don't want to just update Clipper. I want to update it all. Needs to be done more often. Exactly. Exactly. Has to be a compelling reason for me to upgrade Clipper, like new feature I want. Fluid better. Fluid's different. I use fluid on as well on some machines. Some machines I have Mainsail, some I have fluid. How much we all learn when you hit those little update issues. This is true. But these issues that I ran into today, I'm embarrassed because they were reading the documentation issues. Shake and Tune will probably need a full reinstall via SSH at this point. Why for? What did you see that makes you think that? I don't doubt it. I'm just curious. Hey, James. There's update issues. So Prusa Mark 3.9 update or Discord stream, Discord hangout tomorrow. And then we're going to play with the Magneto X on Sunday. Version 4 is a complete rebuild from what I recall. Okay. Yeah, I haven't played with the latest stuff. You're right. Hey, Art Chapman. Do the folder structure required a full reinstall. Okay. Not just a bunch of scripts and macros. Got it. it has been a long time since I've messed with Shake and Tune, and I know there were some major updates. The next Tuesday, we will be working on something new. Just a one stream thing. It should be only one stream. And then we'll be back to hopefully finish this up the following week. Hey, BBs. What are we doing? We're probably doing system updates, huh? Don't beat yourself up. We all get to a point where things seem like they should be wash, rinse, and repeat. It is, and that's really what I hit. You're absolutely right. Hey, WT Cook. So my prep, so I did before feeling like I was ready for this stream, I did jump out there and see if there was documentation on setting this up on UART. And I was very pleased to see that LDO has that out there. And it looked reasonable. Just kind of, I just skimmed it just to make sure that it looks like something that could be followed. And so that's the level of prep I did for this part of today. If you have a problem with Clipper Katapult, be sure to stop by at Discord CAN USB channel. There you go. Yep. Then we're talking about the Voron Discord. So the Voron Discord has a ton of people on there that absolutely love to help with Voron related CAN, USB, other problems like that. I'm one of them. And it's appreciated. The other things I did between streams, I think I put the bed on. I haven't actually plugged in the bed power. Plug the thermistor in. And I reran the cables going down the back of the extrusions and cleaned them up with some cable sleeving. That's pretty much it. Sent a joke photo on stream chat and Discord for a laugh. Let's see. Now that my someone made me realize that I could read all the names in Discord in streamer mode, I just leave it in streamer mode now. What is that? This is UART. That is UART. That's very pretty UART. Anyone have the Clipper update order? Update all. If it works, it works. Otherwise, isn't it Clipper, Moonraker, then mainsail, or UX, mainsail or fluid? I'm glad to help, WT Cook. You go top down. I've heard both, but I've heard Clipper, or Moonraker, then mainsail / fluid. Here, while we're waiting for this, if you didn't catch Sunday, we were successful in getting a 2-color print on the black box, and it turned out really good. I mean, the things I noticed about this, besides any little print quality issues, are no big deal, but that the 2 nozzles seem to be aligned perfectly. The 2 nozzles seem to be aligned perfectly. And we used that Ember Prototypes camera to do that for tools 0 and 1 for this print. So very pleased with that. And also, we never baby stepped this. That first, that one's the one that's going to be easier to see it on too. So I need to, where did it fall? There it is. We didn't do any baby stepping to set the first layer, and that's pretty darn good. with the Auto Z stuff. So here, just real, since the camera is being nice and focusing. Definitely some, like, right there, a couple of little print quality things to tweak, but overall, yeah, I'm really happy. Shoes untied. There we go. Is that infill or nozzle dragging on the green? On the green. Oh, on the green. That's infill. Where did that thing go? Where did I set it? Ah, here it is. That is infill showing through, but there's also some setting that's purging the previous color into the next for some reason. You need to play around with settings. Could be fun to change the infill pattern and see it through the green. Agreed. They keep moving the ground further away every year. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Are you concerned about the 2A rating on the SKSM? I am. I'm not sure what kind of, if it's going to be successful on, where do we go? Here. Let's try again. Updating full done. Okay, close. It was successful. Awesome. I'm curious if it will have enough power to get a clean shutdown. It's nougat. Okay, so that is updated. So now let's go back to here and in Clipper, make menu config. And we're gonna enable low level. We're gonna go STM32 and where there it is, 446. Back over here and 32K 12 and PA10, PA9. 32K 12. UART1 on PA10, PA9, and I think that's it. So quit and yes. If the SKSM is only 2 amps, then it's a no-go for a Pi 5, which recommends 5 amps. And this is a Pi 4 that I'm using though. And they only have documentation out there for a Pi 4. I have no idea what you do with that blue wire if it's on a Pi 3, because that header doesn't exist on a Pi 3. You got to take off, Bill? Okay. Then make. The output of successful build should end with that. See you, Bill. Thanks for being here. I'll see you Sunday. And the next thing, now we got to flash it. So flash it with that command. The output of a successful flash will end with this. Undervolts, it will throttle, which is fine for the shutdown, I guess. And if we get some, we should see that in a notification in main cell here, and it is showing undervolted. It is. This is not guaranteed to stay in this machine. If this consistently says it's undervolted and throttled, I'm going to remove it and report back to Big Tree Tech that it's not adequate. Or figure out if they have a suggestion. Maybe I did something wrong. But before I write it off, I need to try a heavier gauge USB cable as well, though. Okay, so that did out. So now we paste that other command and hopefully this flashes it, but it gave us an error. We're still in flashing mode. So why did that not work? What is our error here? And let's do font. There we go. Make that a little easier for you guys to read. Is that a permission error? So we should have said flash quickly if the flash does not start immediately. The output. Okay. Maybe some feedback there that that's some feedback that this page could use a pseudo try that. Oops. That's looking better. Is attempting to connect to bootloader cannot open port, permission denied. No. Now it's okay. Let me try double tapping this again. Okay, let's try it again. Nope. Command has extra stuff at the end that doesn't belong. Oh, it does. Where did it get that? This is what we need. What is that? No, it's right there. What extra stuff? That's what we ran. Yeah. You're right. The first time, well, no, I don't know what that was. I think that was overwriting it. Yeah, this is what we're trying to run right now. Why is that? Oh, there we go. That is right there. Sorry, it's virtual environment. Is that, what does that mean? What does that mean? What does this say? Error on serial read. It's not reading. Everything's plugged in. Rafa is saying no pseudo, but we tried it with no pseudo. Okay, we still have flashing LED, so we're still in. We should still be in the mode. Yeah, we're still getting it. Can't see it. Permission denied. Dev TTY AMA 0. Come on, LDO. This is annoying. Let's see. Did I miss more instructions? Let's go all the way back. We set it in DFU mode. Post configuration UART interface. There we go. This is why. This is why exactly. Okay. This is exactly why. So let's sudo nano boot / command line.txt. Add. Isn't that what am I in the right thing? Boot command line.txt. It seems that more things should be here than this. And why is that 115,200 when we set 250,000? When we did the make, shouldn't that match? Oh, what was I doing? Oh, never mind. It does say delete. What? I read that as add delete. I don't know why. Oh, oops. There's nothing there. So I read. Read. I read that as add. I don't know why. Edit command line.txt. There was nothing in there. That kind of concerns me. Config text. And add the following line to the end. Add. That says add, right? What is the command to get to the end of a file in here? I'm reading this twice, maybe 3 times. Add the following to the end of the file. Just says add the following to the end of the file. It was already set. Well, if it was already set, then something else is going on. I'm not missing anything else in this documentation, right? Bug fix Raspberry Pi OS Bullseye. The version shows apply this fix. I'm not on Bullseye. I think I'm on. But this is for serial by ID. We don't care, right? No, I am. I think I actually am on Bullseye. I got Bullseye and Bookhorn mixed up, but I don't care about this, right? Wow. I might. Let's look at that. I just use USB at this point. I can't. So we're going to use UART, or we will figure it out and finish this another stream. I shouldn't say I can't. I could ditch the front skirt USB port, but I don't wanna. I don't wanna. APT show UDEV. We're following that. If it shows, if the version shows Deb U, nope, mine says U5. Mine says U5, so it doesn't show that. Type ID to see if Pi is in the dial out group. I don't know what. Is it? Grab those UDEV rules, maybe enumerating serial device differently. I'm not on the version that it says I need to do that on. DT overlay, mini UART, BT, and DT are needed to be in my config. Here, let's go back to that here. I remember, let's do a couple of things here. So we said DT overlay disable BT was already here, huh? DT overlay disable BT, it's right there. So we don't need it in there twice, right? And what was it? Raspi-config. There's something in here we could set when doing this. And was that down here? Was it this that we set? Inline edit might have needed to be in the root directory. I think you were in Clipper. No, I said /boot. I said /boot, Andrew. Would you like a login shell to be accessible over serial? Is this the one? That should be no. Would you like the serial port hardware to be enabled? Yes. This is correct, right? I think so. Because I remember going in here last time I set up UART on a system. So I think that was the only thing I had to set up. Yeah. Actually, ls/boot. So where was that? Command line.txt. Yeah, that's empty. Where was I'm trying to remember where the documentation was I used before for this. Let's go back down here. So CAN bus, required Raspberry Pi software. We don't need to do that. We're not doing that. UART interface, we did this. Should be fine then, it being empty. Disabled is in there. We put it in the bootloader mode. It is flashing the LED right now, about once a second. Katapult we installed. We think we installed Katapult. We can't tell. But we got A loaded successfully when we did it. And then Clipper, UART interface. Build the UART interface, we did. Retry, reboot, retreat. The port here is a straight pass through. Just double check everything is. Yeah, it's a straight pass through. Pin should be good. And is there anything in here, this command? And you have ground pins in the, yes, they are. TTYAMA0, flash tool. Did you try unplugging and plugging it back in? And then this, we're getting an error if we just run this. And we're getting a slightly different error if we try to run this with sudo, right? It says it attempts to connect to the bootloader, but it can't. The output of a successful flash will be this. The bootloader status LCD should now be off. It's not. Validate the firmware. Well, it won't show up as here, right? Yeah, this is just an error. There's TTY AMA 0 near the end. Did you do the double press switch after flashing Katapult? It's the little boot flash LED is flashing. Yes, I did double press. Although it doesn't say to double press it at any point in this setup. If I single press it, it turns off. I just double pressed it, it's flashing. Yeah, we're getting errors. ls-l to see permins. I mean, questionable choices. Use this to test UART. Use what? I don't know what this is. The output, enter the command, replace serial with the output from the previous command, verify the connection for CAN bus for UART. The output should look similar to screenshot, but we're getting an error when we try to copy. This will be needed for your, what does this do? Unable to open the serial port. We got a successful Katapult. We got a successful Katapult flash. We can try it again. This is what the LDO documentation says to do. Oops. Check pins. What pins? The transmit and receive pins, I've already checked them. They're correct. And I did. When I was building that harness, I did make sure that they were mimicking the cable that LDO provided. It is correct. Can you confirm in the guide? Confirm what? Chat is very disjointed in that your train of thought isn't going to match mine. So if you can say, can you confirm something in the guide? Thank you. The pins. Here. This is receive and transmit. So receive and transmit. Hey, Poity. RX. So in my thing, RX is green and transmit is blue. RX is green, transmit is blue. Blue goes to RX on the Pi, so they should be crossed, right? And they are crossed. They should be crossed and they are crossed. This will help verify your art setting on the Pi configs and test port on the Pi. Yes, they are crossed over. And the ground is there also, yes. Let's check something here. Let's grab, no, I can't do that. Let's reboot. Let's shut down. Let's shut down. And plug in LDO's cable, which is powering it and everything. Hey, Blue Hollow Arts. So we are going to disconnect once things turn off. Oh, that thing is still. Let's disconnect the. Let's disconnect this guy. So this is all going to tuck out of the way, and we are going to plug the LDO provided cable back in and see if we've got something that's messing it up in this. So I think that should be all okay. You're trying to share a command or link, do it on Discord. Links are always blocked in here, and sometimes commands don't show up. I think what Questionable Choices is trying to show me is there is a spot in the manual that says this will help verify your. There is a command to run. We ran it. It didn't show up. So that's okay. Not okay that it didn't show up, but I get what is trying to be said. Probably typed that wrong. Come on, seriously? You have enabled UART1 in your config text. Not according to the instructions. Not according to the instructions. Now, let's see. We should still be at a point where we can run. Raspberry Pi mounting, required software. Come down here to the UART. This is bootloader. We don't have a flashed LED. We need to double tap our thing here. Now we have a flashing LED. It's a real Pi. Clipper firmware for UART. So let's run this guy here again. We will run sudo since we haven't had any flash area invalid. Oh, is it gone now? Nope, I didn't copy the whole thing. There we go. Yeah, same error. What board is this? Is this a Pi? It's a real Pi. Is the stock cable crossed over? The label might be what's supposed to be connected, not what it leads to. It's exactly, I'm duplicating the stock cable. I'm using the stock cable right now. I just tried the provided cable, Orion. Okay, where is... It's a Pi 4. It's a Pi 4. Now it's at the point where it's being powered by the Leviathan. Everything is the basic Leviathan pieces. This is, I was afraid that this is what we were going to run into. We enabled UART. Blue Hollow Arts, if you have something that we might have missed on enabling UART, I'm all eyes. I can't do that, James, without you telling me how to do that. I don't know what you mean by could you check that systemd isn't trying to set up its own console login. I have no idea what that means. Was this a Mainsail OS image? Probably. Where? This isn't a Frankenstein's monster printer at this point. This is just basic UART config, and LDO's documentation covers it. I should be able to follow this documentation and have a successful UART configuration. Let me check something. I may have to do some searching here for a second. Give me a moment. There are, and maybe I pinned it. There were some very specific things. I've had trouble with Leviathan and let me try something. And I have a note of let's do traditional clipper flash for UART. No Katapult. It's complaining about the TTY access. Did we check the permissions on the dev? We did. If you're trying to get the boards to talk with each other, you need to put the board and toolhead in Katapult mode. We're not even at a toolhead here, Isaiah. This isn't a toolhead thing. This is all just Leviathan stuff. Command line file was empty. I'm trying to find, I have a, I had a fix on something early because I've used UART with a Leviathan for almost the whole time I've been using one of these when I was testing it. Did they enable the i6 serial port? I don't know what that is. I have Discord search is just very difficult. Just sent a request. I'll have to fix that. Should have been the connection. No. Shoot. Did you install Pi serial? There was a command up here. Would we have hit, is that required Raspberry Pi software? Host config CAN bus, UART. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. How do I install Pi serial, and if I need it, why isn't it in here? Am I missing it somewhere in here? If I need it, why isn't the instructions here? It's in the Clipper Python environment. Before flashing, make sure the Pi serial is installed. This step only needs to be performed once. But we were able to flash Katapult to it without errors. Do I just need to run this again? Let's try. Does the find anything require config text and command line text changes? You need this for UART. You need it for USB too. Already satisfied. Says already satisfied. Says it was already there. That is not a virtual environment. Hey, Daniel. We are stuck. We are stuck. And I'm getting about 5 different directions of instructions, and I'm trying to parse which ones I need to follow. I've had UART working many times, and almost every time I run into issues like this, to be honest. It's not CAN bus, this is UART. We have Katapult installed, yes. We have Katapult installed. We're not, so folks that are posting in Charlie's Angel stream chat, go down to the regular stream chat. Because this isn't a Charlie's Angel stream. It should be a taco break. Could be TTS0, change the Clipper flash script to point to that serial port. But why? I mean, what I'm hoping to get out of this then is there's some gaps in this LDO documentation. So what I'm hoping to get out of this is some suggestions on how to change that to cover this. There are gaps here. Can we try to help? What am I missing? it shouldn't matter if it's a fresh or old. This is not this system. Yeah. What are we on anyway? Does this tell me what we're on? We are on Bullseye. I thought it would be easier. I was hoping to be close to done with this. We've got 13 minutes until a giveaway, 2 hours into this, and we haven't done a darn thing except scratch our heads and beat our heads against the wall. Enable UART1 and config.txt. I don't know. What is it? No, you guys are fine. I appreciate the suggestions. Where in here might this be? Enable UART equals 1. Is there anything? I'm just frustrated that documentation like this, and enable UART is there. Enable UART equals 1 is there. I'm just frustrated the documentation for this. This isn't unique to me. I don't have a unique setup here. I need to add it at the bottom. It's right there. It's UART equals 1. So, and it is disabling Bluetooth right there, right below it. Thank you, Modbot. Thank you, Daniel. This is how it's been with Nighthawk. It was working fine, then no connection. We tried almost everything. Documentation is rough all around with lots of boards and configs. Yeah. Okay, is this worth trying to go back and seeing if we can see the board on USB and reflashing Katapult? Poity. LSDEF. Okay. Reconfig the Katapult to USB. Not that this helps, this is exactly how I wanted the electronics test bench. Yeah. Point it to AMA 0. We've been doing AMA 0. The whole time we've been doing AMA 0. I think the instructions here say to do AMA 0. Configure, this is the clipper, and it says AMA 0. Or serial 0? Stop here. What does that mean? Stop here. Hey, Peter. Is your clipper environment good? It worked. Change that to TTYS 0. Okay, we can try it. It ran when parked, exactly. That? LED is still flashing. Yeah, it has no idea what that is. ls/dev/tty star. We've done this before. We've done this. You didn't say capital S. No, same deal. Without sudo. Same deal. I hate just following blindly. This is frustrating. Can I DM you a command on Discord to try to check if a service is running? There may be a systemd service running that's interfering. You don't need to DM me, just post it in stream chat in my Discord. Needs to be in the TTY group. Sudo use what? Hold on. So what does that mean? I don't know. Pi needs to be in the TTY group. So can we explain what and why? Dump groups. Nothing. User Pi, if you type ID, it will show you groups. There you go. But what would be running this? This is what James is saying to run. Try. I don't know what that is. This isn't running. This isn't doing anything here. Is Clipper running as in the service? Yes. Probably. Try to stop it and then run it. Here we are. See if anything is using that TTY. With the stop instead of status. No. Nope. Nope. This is frustrating. That doesn't exist in that file. questionable choices. That command line.txt is empty. LED is still flashing. I'm just trying everything. Nothing. Nothing. I wish I knew where the I'm looking through some old messages in Discord because I know add DT to your config. Isn't that already there? Mini UART-DBT. Wasn't that down here? Oh, I guess not. Hey Jared, it's all kinds of poor documentation issues here. Like that. Root command line consoles. Pretty sure you need this. No, it specifically told us to delete that if it was there. Questionable choices. Look a few lines up. Don't knock it. Did you write something, don't knock it, or was it already in there? Never mind. You don't want a console enabled. It ties up the serial port, so it can't be used with other items. I'm getting completely lost in what to try now at this point. I'm 100% lost. I'm 100% lost and about 110% frustrated. Command line.txt is empty. There's nothing in it at all. It is giveaway time. I'm really frustrated because I know I made a note of when I was having a trouble like this before with early Leviathan testing, and I have no idea where I put that note. And I've looked for it like 3 times now over the last couple of years. After what changes, Blue Hollow Arts? we're not able to flash Clipper over UART with Katapult. What is the... What was that? These notes, were they also something you emailed to LDO? It's in a Discord channel, and I know it's there somewhere. I can't find it. I'm almost certain. Oh, shoot. It's probably long gone. Probably long gone. That's the problem with Discord, is DMs get pushed out of the history way too quickly. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't paid attention to chat for about 2 minutes, so we're going to do a giveaway. We're going to do a Polymaker filament giveaway. We are going to start over with things to try, a reset. We are going to try some systematic things to try, and then we're going to end the stream frustrated. I hope not. I hope we don't. But I'm pretty frustrated right now because this is not what I was expecting. I hate streams like this. Absolutely hate it, because it's gonna bug me for a week. It's gonna bug me for 2 weeks this time. Hey, Star Rose. Cleansing Fire always fixes my software issues. Okay, we are going to close this when we haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds. So 3, 2, 1, done. No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that. Any new entries? Links in the description and the pinned post. How many people have I driven away? Yeah, we still have 200 people. That's pretty good. Three, 2, okay, there we go. We finally got a new one. 3, 2, 1. Like, wow, he's testy tonight. I am. I'm sorry. 3, 2, 1. Done. Nice even number. Nice even number. I've done this before. Every time it seems like it's frustrating. But what's extra frustrating right now is I can't find my notes that fixed this before. Okay, as we said, Tanner got in the first time. Who got in there at number 150? Panic Dragon. Good job. Uh-oh. Okay. I almost pasted a sudo command over all the entries. Okay. My patience is at about I'll say a 4 out of 10. So let's do a number between 1 and 4. Pseudo spin. Frustrated, but it does help to see the whole aspect of going in-depth builds that are realistically very custom printers. Pseudo is a polar 10 number now. Joseph Story, did you get in? Not in the last 10 or so. If you got in earlier than you did, but... Did I actually turn it off? Yeah, okay. Okay, what do we got? We're going to do 2. Spin. I'm saying pseudo wrong? Pseudo? Admiral Adama, I know you're here, but you still have to say something. Congratulations. I saw you chatting earlier. There's like 5 of the same name in there? Oh. Wow. That is weird, because that is not the case in the actual... No, it is. How did that happen? How did that happen? That should not have happened. No, you're okay. I mean, if it would have come up with gear, I don't know how to say that name. You're okay, Admiral Adama. You've won. I'm curious why the form is letting that happen, because it's not like they put in different email addresses. There's a listing here of the same email address. It just is listed 8 times or 7 times. Maybe it's 6. That's weird. What happened? Yeah, no, Admiral 1. Oh, it's even more than that. If this person, I don't know that it's malicious or intentional yet, had won, then we'd be really having a different discussion. But I'm curious why it's letting that happen. No, I'm looking at the form. The form has it. I'm looking at the not the form, but the output. Yeah, it shouldn't allow that. Because it's the same email address. I'll have to look at the form. Every time what I do at the end of everything is I search by the name that wins and make sure it happens really quick. Part of what I'm doing at the end of this is I search by the name that won and look for things that might be similar. It's quick, whatever. So if it came up with someone who has multiple entries, then that's when I catch it. But this is the first time we've seen something like this, and I'm curious what the form, if it's a problem in the form, if it's a problem it didn't go. Guilherme didn't had a problem. They had to hit submit several times. I don't know. But that is interesting. This is the first time this has come up. No, it's many of there is an extra space in one of the names, but many of these are exactly the same spelling all the way through. Same number, same spelling. If this was intentional, I don't think it was. I think there's something going on here. Same email, same everything. So anyway, we are going to, I'm not going to worry about it. You'll hear from me, Admiral Adama, via email sometime between now and the next stream. Let me unpin the message and I will look at that a little closer later. Okay, at the very basics of getting UART setup, we have to set some Pi config stuff, right? We have to make sure that certain devices are disabled and certain devices are enabled. So I know people have made suggestions here in the last little bit. I'm not going to scroll back up to read those. Let's go from a very basic. Is there any documentation out there that's on a basic level connecting via UART? Oops, did I misspell that? Yeah. It's bullseye. It's bullseye. And yeah, let's do a full, let's just shut down. Maybe some weird connected USB. Let's just reboot. Look at, I'd like to know, does anybody know any documentation that goes step by step and how to connect to a controller with UART and Clipper? Serial port setup. Now that, I want Clipper specific. See ya, GJ. Thanks for being here. There's an Octoprint dock on this. That could help. Let me power this back on. I don't want to tie up the chat, so I'll keep watching and say good night now. Good night, Brent. The same for Clipper. Do you have a link to that, Kyle? I think the LDO is fine, but I think that the Clipper service was auto-starting with each reboot. You think it's just a... You think it's just a Clipper service was running? I don't think so. We can try. So let's go through a couple of things that we changed, right? So let's get back to, oops. Let's log in. Oops. Oops. Sudo nano boot / config.txt. This thing here, DT overlay mini UART-BT. Does this need to be here? This is something we added. Does this need to be here? You have to have Pi UART working before you worry about Clipper. Absolutely. It's in there twice. This is in there twice. But if it's in there once, does it need to be there? Where is it twice? I didn't see it anywhere else. Yeah, I didn't see it anywhere else. At the top of the screen already? No, this was disabled BT. There was something else. Mini. About 10 lines up? You're talking about this? Let me boot up my test. Is my config.txt as it is right now what we would expect? Now I know Michael Lee and questionable choices. I know those commands there. I don't remember having to run those before. And I did. Thanks, Esoterical. Thanks for stopping by. I did run that at one point in this, and I think that's where the couple of commands there come from. So sudo raspi-config. We went in and we did interface and then serial port, and then we said no, and we said yes, and this is where. So serial login shell is disabled, but the interface is enabled. We did that. For the Pico and Pi 4 and those commands and the DT overlay mini were needed. Mini UART BT. See you, Brendan. Can you go to another working Pi and just look at bash history to see what commands you did on there? Oh, I have no idea which machine it was, Joseph. Okay, so let's finish that. Do you have to disable a serial port in the Raspberry Pi? We did. Got all caught up in my pet projects. Hey, Tuxedo. Do another working Pi. So sudo system calls. What is that? Questionable choices. What is HCI UART? I'm not pasting that from there. HCI UART. Try ID once again. As part of the Bluetooth services, just to see if UART is running. Are we pushing? No. Inactive, dead. In Linux, you can autofill. Yes, I can. I do know that. I tend to just type through. That looks good. Okay. And we wanted to do ID. No, we're having trouble getting UART working. The instructions on LDO's Leviathan page could be not hit an edge case maybe that we're running into here. Let's be kind. We're running into an edge case that's not covered in the documentation for this. There, command line.txt is completely empty. Command line.txt has nothing in it. You should have DT overlay Pi 3 disabled, not whatever the other BT one you had in there was. But it's a Pi 4. So are we still in? So here, I probably have a, here. So I have the disable DT overlay disable BT, but you're saying Pi 3. That as well. Pi 3 version of the DT overlay is deprecated. Deprecated as of when? But time isn't as important as version, right? Am I in the current version that it's, or is it deprecated as a bookworm, or? I want that feeling of figuring this out at the end of stream. That's what I want. We've had that before. Let's see what we can do about that. What do you want me to do there? ls-la/dev pipe grep serial. Boot firmware command line.txt. I don't think that exists, because that comes up, firmware doesn't come up. No tab. Firmware doesn't exist as a folder. Then I had to download some UDEV rules. If you need distro thing, then my. So if we CTL stop Clipper, and let's go back here, and we should still be left off with the we should still have out, and there's a Clipper bin. If we try this, we're still in, we're not, so let me double click the reset button. Now we're back in flashy light mode. Katapult is already on there. Hey, 3D experiment. So if we get back down to here with Clipper, so that was one of the questions before, is did we need to make sure that Clipper was stopped? So right now, this is Clipper stopped, and it's still giving the same error. ls-l/dev/tty and 0. Set up a new longest stream record. Oh no. Katapult is running. Why not just make flash device? This is not, because we're not using USB esoterical. We don't get a Katapult ID over UART. That's a permission thing. No permission to. It is in flashy light, but it says specifically that we won't see an ID with Katapult over UART. It's Python that's got the permission issue, looks like. There are no read permissions on for group TTY, and that's why you cannot access it. Is Katapult needed with UART because Katapult used to be for CAN bus? We're trying to follow the LDO docs have us setting up for UART. Here's a Katapult config for UART, and then the output is successful build, and then down here it's for USB or UART. For UART, the USB cable can now be removed, you know. Thank you.
Banana.
Banana? You guys are just gonna have to deal with me eating on stream, because I got a mood upper here. I got a banana creamy, not ice cream. Okay, we got some permissions things. We've got, let's just do just a real quick, just to make sure that with Clipper stopped and stuff, let's just confirm that this isn't going to work. We don't think it's going to. But it doesn't. Okay, so I've got a mood upper, yes. Clipper has been stopped, yep. Clipper has been stopped. So Kyle, you want me to run this? Let's do it. That looks evil, that command. And then try it again. She doesn't watch, so that was just by chance. It's not looking good. This is no pseudo. This is no pseudo. Yep. Nope. The Katapult menu config? Yes, we're in flashy light mode. Jared. Yes, we're 110% sure all the wires are connected. We're not 100% sure we're talking to the right port. We're talking to the one documentation said we should be. No, it won't show up, Jared. According to the docs, it won't show up. No, we did run it, and I was wondering why it didn't show up, and then I saw the note that said, oh, it's not supposed to. It won't show up under LSUSB. We've double checked the wiring. We have transmit and receive connected, and they're crossed. Now, if I missed a suggestion on something, what is this? Sudo user mod a, what do you want me to do there as our cowboy one? And I'd rather know what that command is before I run it. I mean, it's possible that there's an issue with the hat, but it's not CAN bus. Yeah. We should see it in DFU mode if we hook it up with USB. We wouldn't be able to see the Katapult ID or whatever. Didn't we confirm that the Pi user is in the TTY group? Didn't we already confirm that? Katapult isn't running when it's in DFU mode. When you double check, it flags Katapult to enter flashing mode. If you're using the boot button, it's likely part of the problem. There is no reset and boot button on here, Jared. There's a switch 1 and switch 2, and I'm hitting the button that it says to hit. Verify the pen. Press the SW1 button on the board. Check that the bootloader status LED is blinking. Or bootloader status LED is blinking. Correct. It's a Leviathan. It's switch 1 and switch 2 now. I don't know which used to be boot and which used to be reset. I'm not opposed to getting rid of Katapult. We don't need Katapult on here. It's a ton of fun to watch the painful struggle. Communication error is not able to send the connect command to the device and get a response. Oh, now it's a communication error. There's a photo in the LDO docs for which switches are boot and reset. And when you double press it, the boot LED starts flashing, and it's doing that. And I double pressed it. I double pressed it and it is flashing as it says it does when you double press it. Let's do that. Let's get rid of Katapult. So what we need to do is power this down. Plug the USB back in. And power it back up. Walking through the dock on mine real quick. This did not have Katapult before we started. We installed Katapult. Okay. I'm just really wanting that we got it done, we got it working feeling. That's what I'm craving now. Okay, so if we go LS USB, we will see nothing. Why don't we see anything? Nothing. Nothing. I plugged it into USB. Let me make sure that's the one that's plugged in. Yeah, everything's plugged in. Making a new SD card if this doesn't work as well. I am very opposed to that, but we'll see. Let's see if I got it into. There we are. Now we're in DFU mode. So it is there. It just doesn't show anything. Now we're in DFU mode. So should be able to go to Clipper now, right? And make. And this is the no offset. Is that right? How do we do this, Esoteric? Just say no bootloader. Just like that. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Make clean. And then we should get, it should be able to run this guy here, but change the file name of out. Yeah. Right? Yeah, I always forget to do the -J4. Okay. And then here we're going to go out, flipper, bin. And let's make sure 0483 DF11, is that what we had on the, yeah, 0483 DF11 is what we had in DFU mode. Here we go. Invalid DFU suffix signature. Hey Leo the human, welcome. This doesn't look good. Okay, never mind. So, I suppose, how do we actually tell to see if this worked? No, we won't see a serial by ID. What's the command? What's the validate command? Oops. Let's shut this down and unplug it. Yeah, update the Clipper config. Let me unplug this. Power it back on. All right, here, build, UART, validate the interface. Oh, but this is a Katapult thing. Does that actually still work? Does that actually still work, even if we didn't use Katapult? Oops. If I do that, does it? No such file or directory. What happened to it? What happened to the Katapult? Oh, there it is. Oops. Yeah, it's not running. Yeah. Oh, that's... You have to be in the Clipper directory? Oh, there it is. I don't have USB connected. I unplugged the USB port. see ya, Frank B. But if we go here, our printer config, what is this? Serial. This is what it should be, right? If it's working. Yeah, and it's not working. We've got something more. We got something more fundamentally wrong here, right? Troy J, thanks for being a member. In a bit. Check Discord. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. This is frustrating. I don't know. I don't know what's different about this. Thanks for the gifted memberships, RJ. I don't know what to do. This thing's older than me, though. 12/31/69. We checked this stuff, Jared. I mean, but didn't we check that? Well, I don't know what I did wrong. Did I do that right? A, G. Oh no, I'm the dash G. Disable Getty service from Discord chat. I've never heard of having to do any of this stuff. Whenever I've set up UART many times before. It's always a pain. But it's always one stupid little thing that's being missed. And none of that I've never had to do. None of this changing permissions. It's always in some device that I need to make sure is disabled or something. I don't get why this is... We're getting into realms that I have no recollection of ever doing. There's the config.txt changes, and there's the enabling the serial port in the Raspberry-config. And that's it. I don't get it. What other command? Yeah, we've power cycled the whole thing many times. What other command, Kyle? And here's, yeah, I was going to say, if you say disable Bluetooth on the Pi, it was really helpful to say, did you do this to disable Bluetooth on the Pi? Because I can tell you that for sure, but I couldn't tell you what I actually had to do to disable Bluetooth. Try bypassing the hat and wire it directly for giggles. At that point, we're done. I'm not going to go to that level. If this isn't working, I saw Pi reboots. Oh, I've been powering it on and off anytime you've seen a shutdown, it's because I powered it off. And I don't know the formatting on this thing you've sent me, Joe. I don't know. Maybe I can try that. Should be, but is, and it could be, it's a system services running, blocking the port. I mean, sure, we're gonna run all the things. You're saying do that and do this. Jared, can you type that in my Discord? I've had so many problems with copying and pasting text from YouTube chat. I don't trust it. If you remember a couple of years ago, what was it? The Green V2, that big problem. We spent half an hour troubleshooting something when it was copying and pasting a command from YouTube chat. Thanks, Jared. Incorrect number of arguments. You're talking about this one then. That's the one you actually meant. What is that? System control status all. Where, what? Run all the things. We're just running all the things. Oh. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what to do with it. Couch charger. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to switch gears here. We're going to stop troubleshooting this. We are going to stop troubleshooting this. We're going to go into... I don't think I need to go there. I just need to... So this is all up to date. So let's do this. Let's go here and log in. We're going to stop troubleshooting this. Okay? We're done. We're done troubleshooting this. This is a suggestion that was made. So we're going to go here and we're going to go Home, Pi, Moonraker, and where is the, where? Is it not Moonraker? Is it, oh, it's printer data. Printer data database. And we're going to grab our Moonraker databases. We're starting fresh. We're starting fresh. Except the thing that I don't like about starting fresh is losing my stuff. So we're gonna back up the, this is not where I wanna be. This is not where I wanna be. Here we are. This is where we wanna be. Need more auto GitHub backup. Well, sure. But I should just be able to grab this database file, right? And then I put it back, it should have all my stuff. Backup. SQL database and your yes, and the config directory, yep. And then we're gonna grab this and let's skip that one. Shake and tune stuff. When you set up again, use the main cell OS and Pi Imager as UART on by default. We'll try that. We're gonna go through this stuff. Yep. Let me grab a SD card. Put that in there. I should just grab the whole thing. You're right. Let's just do that. Skip that one because I do want the G codes. I want all the thumbnails and stuff to still show up. We're gonna go a little long here. Just a warning, we're gonna go a little long, but I want to get to just the point where we can see if we can follow those LDO docs from scratch. I don't use Kio. Nothing against it generally. I just don't like to use it. We've been here before. We've talked about this before. How many people do we still have around? Do we still have, oh, we still have 138 people. Only 124 likes though. This feels good because we're going to be trying something. We are going to be trying. I've resisted doing fresh installs in the past because we were still doing things that made sense to me and making bits of progresses when this has come up before. This, I feel like we've hit a wall that's something just completely weird. Yeah, in Kali we did go through all that. We did the Raspberry Pi config and made sure that was all correct. So the print statistics are backed up. The only reason I'm willing to do this is because I know how to back that up. And the database file, Moonraker makes it really easy now. It used to be you had to run the script to get your to export your database stuff, but now it's a SQL file basically. That was one of my plans for a standalone video, is to talk about backing up your config and stuff if you needed to do a if you needed to do a wipe and reload to be able to save your history and all that kind of stuff. I'm planning on doing a whole video on that, but I haven't had a chance. Yeah, what we tried should have worked. You're absolutely right. And I've done this before, and I'm in a certain point where we're getting into trying things that I know I've never had to do. And if we're at a point where those are the things we need to do to make this work, then something's wrong with this install. Can you show it? Oh, I haven't done the content. It's just up here. I'm doing it a separate SD card. Exactly. I can troubleshoot this later if I want to. Saving a light for when I figure it out. That's fine with me. You just flashed Katapult and an updated version of Clipper and it worked? Over serial for both, okay. Yeah, I had planned this this video back when it was a little more complicated, and I was chatting with ArcSign about it, and he said this other thing was coming and would make it a whole lot easier. So basically the idea is if you want to back up your statistics and stuff, make sure you update to the latest versions of Moonraker and stuff first. It will automatically convert all of your history and stuff into the SQL file. And then you just copy that out and then copy it back. See, you don't knock it. I know we're getting very late for many people. And this is going to take a little bit because this has got a lot of print history on it. And I like to see that because I have actually gone back and looked at or found STLs that I printed ages ago that only existed on the printers. So it's only 5 a.m. Hey, Maker Viking. You were here earlier. I said hi. That's right. But you're one of those Euro folks like Sanity that never sleeps. Oh. I'm glad I have a chair here. Oh, we're here. Jared, did you see these? This is going to be very handy because this is my other 2mm ball end driver. This is going to be super, super handy. Yeah, isn't it cute? I got this in from Jason, and when I opened it, I was immediately excited because this, you can get into so many spots with that. So I'm supposed to use it and see how durable it is. Syringe. How often would you recommend updating Clipper and Katapult? Every quarter, every half a year, or just once a year? I would keep an eye on the changelogs, and if there's something that seems useful, then consider it then. Still early enough. 4 a.m. here on a night shift. Ah. Is this thing almost done? Another 4 minutes, 5 minutes. Okay, it's fluctuating. I pretty much update when I feel like spending some time updating something. Or if I'm changing a device, if I'm trying out a different toolhead board, that kind of stuff. Hey, Reth. Need to flash my CAN board, but Clipper is connected to the levy after updating. Busy printing, but not 3D. We're gonna be 2 weeks before we get back to this. Next Tuesday, we're doing something different. Something that'll be exciting that we can't talk about in detail yet. But I think you'll definitely have an idea before the end of the week. And tomorrow we're doing a Discord hangout. Setting up or converting my 3.5 to a 3.9, the Prusa. I linked the video I followed when I was doing UART on my Octopus on Discord. If you want to try watching and see if it helps when you have a chance later. I will. I'll see how that coincides with what I've done before. Chris's stuff is usually really good too, so I may have watched this. This wasn't too long ago, right? I know it's not so good for you, but it's comforting to know that software issues happen to this every single time I've done UART. I've been successful on my own, successful, but it's always having to search for that little thing. This was beyond that, so that's why I feel like the fresh start is warranted. I do cause some issues by that green V2 that we went through. So it was a similar thing, but we spent even longer. That green V2 is still working. It has a very happy fluid, updated fluid install right now. Although I think the Wi-Fi on the Pi is going out. That has nothing to do with what we did. I need to reprint. I want to reprint some of those Prusa parts before I start installing them tomorrow. So I'll get those going overnight. But the other stuff turned out freaking beautiful. I think I've shown these before. These parts were great. Maybe a CH mod on AMA0 before I nuke it. Oh, I'm not gonna wipe it. I can troubleshoot stuff on that. That is PCCF from Prusament. If any brilliant ideas come up that we haven't tried, I can always plug this other SD card back in later. Well, while we're waiting for this, why don't I? Let's get the other SD card imaging. There's no reason to wait. Pi devices. This is a Pi 4 OS. Other specific purpose. 3D printing. we will do main sale. Oh, they're only 64-bit now. And then choose the storage, this guy, next, and we're gonna edit our settings here. Oh, we did this. VT gray. There's something listening on the serial interface, which is why the permission breaks after rebooting. If you get that sorted, it would likely be up and running. Yeah. Okay, so Pi, SBNet, those all should be fine. And there is password and options. There's nothing here that for setting up any pre-setting up serial or whatever. So say yes and yes. Okay, let's get that wiped. Cannot. That's fine. Skip. Statuses. It's main cell OS. Maybe that is what is different. The other one was done with main cell OS. I mean, everything, this was all main cell OS. Moonraker sock, that's fine. I don't need that either. Don't need that. Okay. Did I get the stuff I wanted? G-codes. Oops, I didn't want to do that. That's fine. Config. Yep. Okay. LDO mentioned Kio. Nah, that doesn't matter. That it shouldn't matter. Okay, we have it backed up. So whatever is there, and I'm not wiping it, so if I miss something, then I can just grab it. Close that. Let's get this wipe. Root. While we're here then, let's go ahead and shut this down. Yeah. Oops. There we go. I should have started this way before. So my wife got a Ninja Creamery thing, and these aren't ice cream. They're a frozen, and it varies what she mixes in, but it's basically a pudding mix and a protein drink and any other number of things that go in there. It's really good. It's basically like ice cream, but it doesn't have as many calories as ice cream. MT command line.txt is a bit sus. We'll see what this image comes up with. Reading instructions, it does say to hit SW1 twice. The flash doesn't immediately start. Maybe it resets the connection. Yeah, she absolutely loves it, and I love what she's making with it. So. Add some Astral Apricot to the next not ice cream. That'd be interesting. I've been making my own ice cream, it isn't healthy. There's so much variety that there's been making with strawberries or other fruits or chocolate and peanut butter and bananas. This one was banana. Had some shine. There we go. I might have to dip into a stout after this. Actually, what's probably I'm gonna try to. I mean, my son's definitely gonna be up. I need to move the black box somewhere, and I'm gonna put the partially unbox the Magneto X because I don't want to do that. I don't want to lift that out of the box on stream, so I'll get my son to help me, and we'll put the Magneto X on there and get ready for Sunday. We should have Mark and some of the folks from there in chat on Sunday. It's a little late for them to get on as guests on video, so. Can I have a sauce? Real chocolate makes it hurt like crazy. I love chocolate too. Maybe some alcohol on the stream. I haven't gone there yet. Tuesdays wouldn't be too bad just because of the time, but I don't care. I don't keep enough in the house to do that anyway. Don't want to hurt. No, I don't want to hurt you on stream. Would ABS be safe on a Bamboo Lab P1S if it's enclosed? I don't know enough about the Bamboos to know what kind of little capability differences there are between the different models, Monteg, but I'm pretty sure they make they have files to enclose it, and you should be able to. See you, Rick Trino. Have a good one. Almost there. Yeah. Thoughts on the recently filed lawsuits from Stratasys? Not a lot. It's a bad situation. I don't know the whole story, so I don't really have a big take on it. Okay, let's take this out. Revisit black box for the enclosure. Yeah, that'll be a good while. I don't know when that's going to be ready, but we will. I'm powering it on now. Powering it on. We are just, should just go ahead and connect the USB here because we're going to have to at least start with USB. Okay. Power it on. Yeah, we will be doing an enclosure on black box at some point. A top hat type thing, and might revisit some of the enclosure stuff that's on there right now, but that'll be a little bit. It does still have appeal. We will be back on. We're not done with black box even in recent streams, so we're going to do Magneto X this weekend. The following weekend we are going to do back to black box for one more stream. Okay, let's see if this comes up. Let's see if it's booted long enough. Let's see. Is that gonna come up? Have you tried all 5 tool heads yet? No. I ordered some more Revo nozzles, which reminds me, I wanted to check to see if I ordered stuff I already have. Oh, I have one here. I didn't have enough 0.4 nozzles to fill it up. I do have one more, but I ordered more. I actually ordered a high flow, high temp. That was a ouch. But it's not necessarily going in there. I need to do some high temp content at some point. No, we got one more stream on Black Box, Devin. It'll just be in 2 weeks instead of this weekend. Here we go. Oops, I gotta go. Is there any way, do you folks know, because I often get this, the SSH known hosts, I have to go in and clear the known hosts file of the previous entry for this printer. Yeah, I do that, but is there any way to prevent having to do that, or is that just something that needs to be done? I don't know if that's a great idea. I have no idea what's in there. I don't think it matters, but save, close. IP address change. If you reimage it, just needs to be done. Set up static IPs. It's by design. I kind of figured, but oh, come on, I just deleted it. I thought maybe I didn't save it. Oh, no, there was another entry there. I just delete the whole file is what I should do, right? And just let it recreate it each time. There we go. Okay, we're in. So let's do this first thing. Sudo nano /boot /command line. Is that right? That txt? What was the full? Here, let's go up here. We really want to kind of follow this. We're checking to see if the problems I was having was an edge case on the documentation, or thank you. That's what I was going to confirm here. Command line. There we are. So let's go CMD line. Is that right? Oh, so there was something here. This isn't. This was deleted on my other one. So we want to make sure console serial 0, and it's not there. So serial 0, 115.200 is not there. So we don't have to worry about this. And then we want to edit boot config. Config.txt. There's a back of it when you look for the file the last time, just a side note. Okay. And then this, we want to see if disable BT is in here already or not, and we want to be down in all. Disable overscan. There's DT overlay disable BT is there. Okay, so that's okay. So that's fine. Now we want to do this. Now it doesn't tell us to do this, but should we do the Raspberry Pi config thing? Should we do the Raspberry Pi config thing? It doesn't tell us to do that. I kind of want to follow exactly what it tells us to do. So now we need to go back here and go to machine and refresh the update manager. is the command line file. Okay. Now the next thing, while this is refreshing, the next thing I'm expecting is this is going to want us to install, we did that. This is going to want us to install Katapult and SSH, verify the board. We're putting the board into DFU mode. This wants to install Katapult. For full documentation, go here, but it wants us to do this. Oh, there's the virtual Python environment. Okay, let's do that. Yeah, I'm trying to determine where, if anywhere, we want to go off script. But we can do the, how do I check that, Sergey? What's the command for checking the permissions on that? That's ls-l/dev/tty star. That is already on the board, yeah. Oh, well, we're gonna update it first. That's something I want to do, is update. I did skip the UDEV stuff because I forgot we did that before. Let's check this. This was up here in the required Raspberry stuff. So apt show UDEV. And this is U5. So we don't, it's not, this says U2. So I'm assuming I don't need to do that. It used to be W only. Okay. Okay. Let's go back here and let's update all components. Let's start the update. What's the debug console? I don't know what that is. Remember, I'm definitely well into streamer brain right now. Those permissions look much better than on the old install Pi. User needs to be added to the dial out group. But I don't want to do that unless it tells me to. Yet. Interscape. How goes it? Oh, I was not expecting this. I should have been. I'm exhausted. Me too. Probably not as exhausted as you. If your username is any indication, and that's why you're exhausted. April's a nurse. Oh, retired? I have problems with CAN bus? No, I did that. Almost feeling like I could have this done in another week. This is gonna go to 13 streams. That's 24 3 to 5 year olds. Have fun. there's the console command. Did you post something in chat? Feel like we'll really pick up steam following this week's struggles. I hope so. Where do you want me to run this? What are we running this for? What are we checking here? My Pi 4 and Levy are fully updated on Raspberry and Bookworm. Guess it's time to shut it down for another 6 months. Good night, Brian. On the tech side, we had the other day Chromebook checkout for 800 plus students. Woo! Tomorrow's first day of school. Need to be in Clipper. I need to be in Clipper before I run that. Is that what you meant? Clipper should be on it. Yeah, I don't know. Yes. Okay. Discord, what? There's some Discord commands. You're seeing me type the Discord commands. Are you posting these in? Scroll up to what? Not made it to the point of setting up his virtual Pi environment. This is still going. The FREQ issue. What? I don't know what you're talking about. FREQ. What's in the console window? I don't. I see you have a console window here, but I don't know what you're wanting me to compare. Open the command window back up and then scroll up. Oh, here. That? Did I scroll up enough? Run it again? Okay, what am I don't know what I'm looking for. It's not, it's just stop. It's still running. These updates take so long. Oh, it's on main sale. Error updating main sale. I hate this. I always get this. It's so irritating that it just kind of stops and decides, oh, we're not going to update. The only way I can get around this is I go to the main sale docs and I go to updates, and then I go manual update, and for mainsail, and I run this. And that updates it. And refresh. And then I should have mainsail updated. And then does that mean I have to go through the whole? No, because system updates got done. So it should be quicker this time. Okay, let me get this going. I'd like these updates to be going. Come back here. Oops. Is that what we're looking for? That's looking right. That's looking better, right? We had hotspots, we did that. That's looking much better. Hey David, welcome. We've had a very frustrating time trying to get some connection going here, but we're on a, it's looking like we're on a path to success right now. We are on a path. We're not 100% sure what the issue was. We decided to back up my history, back up my config, and we reflashed, and we're gonna go cancel that. Many puns as we can to get me through it. Yep. I really crave that end the stream on a win feeling. So I'm feeling optimistic that we'll be able to do that again. I say this jokingly, but I like back to the first stream of the series when you joked about dismantling a perfectly working machine. Did you try turning it off and back on again? Many times. Many times, but never a cold boot. I always shut it down. Never a cold boot. I always shut it down first. We're still waiting for this thing. It's building a wheel for streaming form data. It could end on a win. It's gonna end on a win. Win. Try precision impact adjustment. No. Almost. This close, but no. Do I get a cookie for starting fresh? Yes, you can have a virtual cookie. What are you asking me for? When? Did you mem.sys and your auto exec bat. I remember that. I do. I don't remember the details. Set me in front of one and I could probably figure it out. But it's been far too long since I've had to mess with config.sys and auto exec bat and IRQs, having to actually pay attention to our IRQs. Okay. This is all up to date now. So mem 386. Yep. Okay, all of that. So let's get back to the LDO docs. So we've got this, and let me know if I miss anything. We're well into streamer brain, remember. Host config CAN bus, UART interface. So we did this. Come to my house. I have a basement full of retro machines. You can pull your hair out just like in your youth. Yep, dip switches on the Sound Blaster. Transfer your printer data folder back over. I'll get that. I'll get it transferred over when this is working. That'll take a little bit of time to copy. It's okay for it to not be there yet. I'll copy the config files over. Old CMOS IRQ limits and Windows 3.1 and 95. Well, DOS 6.22 is what I cut my teeth on. I mean, you see me. I like typing in a command line. I may not be efficient at it in a Linux environment, but okay. Let's go. We're gonna install Clipper, and we're gonna go through the whole thing. We're gonna do Katapult everything, but we're gonna do it for UART. So let's. Oops, we were supposed to install Katapult, which I think was up here, right? Where was the install Katapult stuff? There, and then here was install Katapult. So the first computer I played with was actually a friend's, and it was a Tandy T1000, I think, that they had. I think it was a 8088. It might have been a 286, but I think it was an 8088. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, I don't know why I'm doing that. I don't know if I need to do that. I'm following their instructions. You were a late starter. We had the Tandy TRS-80. I was a Commodore kid. Yeah. We didn't have, I think my very first computer experience was in the 3rd grade, and I don't even remember what those machines were. It was an 8088, yeah. Okay, and then we're going to get Katapult here. So once again, the idea, oh come on, seriously? Copy. I would try to load the whatever it is at 16. I'm going to follow, I really want to follow the LDO docs here, because once we have a fresh system here, if the LDO docs work, then I'm going to feel a whole lot better about them. Epson with a Cyrix. I remember Cyrix. My first computer I owned was a 486 SX25 with a math coprocessor and a 120 megabyte hard drive and 4 megabytes of RAM. I started fairly late. I was in high school when I got my first computer, late high school. And then we're going to create the virtual environment for Python virtual environment, which the instructions were here. We went to the other thing for those before. 4 megabytes of RAM. Yeah. I remember when RAM was $50 per megabyte. Now, if I could take one stick back in time and sell it back then, I'd be a millionaire. Now, RAM, I remember when RAM was 50 to 60, whatever, dollars per megabyte. And also when something happened in Taiwan, I don't remember, and they shot up, but then they dumped, went down to like 18 megabytes or $18 per megabyte. There was something right around 95 or 96 when there was a big disruption in RAM prices. Okay, so that is done. Did we get any errors? Not seeing. Are you in a state with clipper stopped? I don't know. We're not at a point where we, let's see if we can find out. It's active, so we can, oops. We can stop it. We're not at a point where it matters yet, but yeah, 2 factories burnt down at the same time. RAM was almost $100 a meg in 94, but by 96 it was under 20. Yeah. I worked at a little computer shop, local computer shop called Computer Solutions, ComSol for short, and we were right in the middle of. I think we had a big issue when prices just tanked. Okay, so that is done. Let's go down here to now we should be able to go to Katapult and make menu config. And we're going to go 32. 446, do not build, 12, UART, and let's see if I remember right, PE1. I wasn't reading that, I remembered. You built your first PC in 97 at the age of 10? A lot of bad RAM chips. 95 as I was just graduating high school, not paying attention. And we graduated at the same time then, Sean. I'm class of 95. ZIF 7 socket, yep. Okay, quit, yes. And we can go ahead and make. But I need to put this thing into DFU mode. 95, I was 25. An AMD K6 II. You remember slot 1? Anybody have any slot 1 systems? That was a bit later, but still. Pentium slot 1. Okay, LS USB. Cool, it's in DFU mode. You're 1 day older than I am. Oh! I didn't actually remember that. 1 day. Wow. I'll have to remember that now. A dual slot 1. That's Pentium 2. Yeah. 95, that's 32. At the time they had the multicolored dancers in clean suits. Oh yeah. I'm 47 right now. I'll be 48 in December. Actually, I had a Celeron 300A. I think I did too. I think I had a Celeron 300A, exactly. And I think I did the same, overclocked to 450. Mm-hmm. Okay, that is there. So now we can copy the settings, we can make it. And we did the make. Now we're gonna flash Katapult there. We have USB plugged in, and verify the press. Flash the board with the Katapult bootloader. Here we are. This is what we need to do. You mean to interrupt stream? Quick question, 10 by 10 or did you need 10 by 20? I'm hoping to bring the big boy, Ethan. I would love a 20 if I can get it. I'll feel bad if I can't bring that guy, but I'm really hoping to bring the big guy. But I'll have a ton of printers, so I'll be able to make it work. I did build Katapult, yep. I did the make, see, right there. Make J. This took a little bit last time too, I think. How you doing, Ethan? I need to book my hotel tomorrow. Oh, the pencil trick, yep. On the AMDs, there we go. File downloaded successfully. DX4100s. I remember all these things. Orange County Maker Faire, Sergey. Orange County Maker Faire. It's September 14th and 15th. It's 2 days this year. The output successful for UART. Verify the Katapult is flashed successfully. Press SW1 on the board and check that it's flashing. So if we press SW1 once, and it is flashing. When I lived in OC, I built 2 or 3 machines from the swap meet they had there. I used to love going to the computer shows. I had to drive 2 hours to get to a computer show because they were down here in Sacramento and I lived 2 hours north of here. The USB cable can now be removed. My first home-built system had a super micro motherboard and dual ZIF 7s and a Trinitron 21-inch CRT. Yeah. Okay, now we're going to install Clipper, but we're going to come down here to the UART instructions. Oops. Make new config. We're going to do the same thing. They had shows at the Scottish Rite Center down here. Was the most common location. Okay, 12 megahertz, UART, and the rest of that is good. Probably my desk. I remember where I work right now because I've been working in the same place for 25 years. Almost 24 years. And I remember when we had CRTs, we had a weird problem where someone had their big, these were ViewSonic 21-inch CRTs, and it was sitting at their desk and it was flickering. It was just very, not that much, but you could tell just a tiny little bit of flicker going on with it. And if anybody, I'll give a couple of moments for guesses on what the actual cause of that was. If I didn't have 4 LCDs, I'd have a hard time tonating it. Ring. So it was, you're very close. It was a fan, but it was a fan on the other side of the wall. So someone on the other side of a wall in a different office had a fan running there that was impacting it through the wall to the to that monitor. Okay, now we're going to make J. Dash J4 just means to use more cores on the processor, right? Pretty sure. That Epson was given to me by my aunt who got it from her boss. Oh yeah. Ah, 24 years is impressive. I'm at 11 and a half years in my current job and it's by far my longest. When I came out of high school, I was working at a local computer store for a while. And then I started doing just freelance web page design and computer service for people in the area. And a student assistant job opened up with the department I work for now. And I considered whether I really wanted to do that because I was having fun with the web page design and stuff. And I actually considered not applying for it. And that would have been the worst mistake of my life, not applying for that. GeoCities? GeoCity, I had a GeoCity site. What was it? Wasn't River City Downs one of them? But I don't remember which one I had. Partially responsible for my love of fixing PCs. Oh yeah. Lycos. Okay, so that's gonna do that. Now we're gonna flash it. So we still have flashy LED mode. Press twice quickly if the flash does not start immediately. Flash board with clipper. So this is saying we should do this. And it says press SW1 twice quickly if the flash does not start immediately. Oh, there we go. So we have something screwy with the old install, because this seems to be working straight through. To validate for UART, we should be able to enter this. And it's connected. Oops, I didn't mean to hit that. I just kind of strummed my fingers. What the date was on that old install? No, I don't. But this seems, we're past much of what frustration we had. So let's go back here. Let me just bring up WinSCP again and copy stuff over. Close that. Where'd you go? There you are. Log in. And we're going to update and start talking about the times when we had 1/10 the computer power of that Pi. No kidding. Yeah, there was something going on. I'm kind of frustrated that it was went that way, but whatever. We will get everything back where it should be. Let's go here to printer data and let's grab the config. And I'm just gonna, oh, we want our shake and tune results. Actually, I can just go in and copy those directly. I'm not gonna take main cell config yet, but we do want these, and I don't know if I actually need that. I think those are the only two we need, the only three we need. Let's grab these over here. Is that correct? Yeah, we've got those here now. Printer config is set to TT, so let's see if we actually get this to come up. I started IT in February 2000. This will give you better Clipper screen support anyway. Doing the upgrade from Python 3.7 to 3.8 is traumatic. Traumatic. Psh. Should this work? It should connect if it's working. Oh, yeah, we did stop Clipper. Thank you. There it is. Let's see. Printer's not ready. Are we gonna get it? I thought I did say restart, but Firmware restart. Not coming up. Not coming up. You're on bullseye. What are we missing here? There could be other things that aren't working. Oh, no, I know what's going on. We've unplugged the toolhead board. We unplugged the toolhead board. So why don't we go in here real quick and yeah, this might still not like it, and it might be just quicker to just plug the toolhead board back in, but the toolhead board's not plugged in. Yeah, we're gonna have issues here. So why don't we just go back in here, get that back, and just plug the, it's USB, I'll just plug it in. Which one is it? Gotta be this guy. There we go. Firmware restart. I've always wanted to make rope memory like NASA did, but I never have enough free time. Woo! Whew. It is happy again. We are success. We are success. Only a 4-hour stream. We are nearly exactly at the point where we started. The only progress we made today is the ability to plug in another USB thing. This hot end power, we can ignore this. Randy, this is a trick that Robert Lorenz uses in the config for the Orbit tool. And this is hot end, not heat or whatever. It's running at like 0.995 there's a whole explanation that I couldn't go into right now, but they're on the orbital thing. He explains why he does how it is. So this is normal. To see that -1 is normal. Stream starts now. The guy is going on in tonight's stream. Oh, she knows. She knows. She saw me as I was so excited to get my creamy treat. Now we have a clean install. So let's go here. Let's do this. Might as well finish off kind of the lesson. One of the lessons of today is we have no statistics. So let's go out. Oh, no, go up here and let's stop the Moonraker. Oh, we can't stop Moonraker here. So let's stop Moonraker. Oops. Let's stop Moonraker, which is it's not going to be happy there. And let's go to the database and copy our Moonraker database over. I think, where did I put that? Here it is. Where did I put that? There. Let's overwrite that. And I also, because I want it to, this might take a little bit. But let's copy those over. Breaks install again. 4 hours ain't that bad. Wasted 12 trying to get a filament sensor to run, only find out the pull-up resistors you set for that thing ain't working because they bypass them. No, this is good. I'm happy. I am happy. Glad I stuck around to see the process. Almost had to do a fresh install once, but I didn't. Stress I would lose all my stats. Exactly. Exactly. No, I don't know. This is just, I don't know if it's what's causing it to do this. Hey, Double T. Oh, I found out something. Double T. So the files I sent you, this guy. Oh, I got something in the way. I need to be able to see what I'm showing. So this is the updated tops, the support bearing. These are going to be wrong. These need to go back to the 5mm version. I'll send you files, but this being 6mm tall, I can't adjust the right stepper, the pulley to center the belt. So it means that the bearing isn't flush with the top here, but 1mm down isn't bad. So I'll send you some files, but I found out that I couldn't adjust that the way I wanted to with the file as it is. That's right. Sounds good. Send me the file and I uploaded into GitHub. Had you uploaded these to GitHub yet? Were these out there? I didn't bother. I didn't actually check. Oh, you have? Yeah. So it's on the edge. It would work, but it's not ideal. You can't get it to the point where it's clearly not rubbing. Fucking crap all night. That's funny. Okay, this is only a couple of minutes. Oh, it's the 13th. How many people are here? You guys are still here. Are there any people? How many people? Who is here right now? Who is here? We have people that have stuck around for 4 hours. Who is here? You're here. You're here. No, that's not what I want. Although I might as well. Hi. That's not really what I wanted to send, but I'm a member of my own channel for 8 months. What I did want to do is that. Been to them all and back. Tuesday gifts. Remind me to do this again on Sunday for the Sunday crowd. Stayed here while babysitting the RCF. Randy Levin, thanks for being a member. Why only 8 months? So I set that up. I became a member of my own channel because I couldn't get member streams chat overlay in OBS to work. So I figured it's probably a permission thing. So I became a member of my channel and it worked. But actually what I think happened is you have to actually log into your browser in OBS. And I think that's all I needed to do is log into the browser in OBS and it worked. Randy and Jared and Justin and Kyle and Collie and Lord Gitface and Patrick. All members for many months. 4 printers later. Do you have the test bench thingy with Recore published somewhere? Yes. Yes, I think it's on my GitHub. If it's not on my GitHub, then it's in my Discord. I tend to save things for GitHub until I feel like they're pretty much done. Prior to that, I put them in a files channel in my Discord. So if you're not a member of my Discord, there's a link in the description. And then there's a files and stuff channel in there that doesn't have any chatter. It just has stuff that I post. How is it called P-Liz? I'm being a member for a bit. Your channel is the first and only channel I'm a member of. Thank you. How do I send that member length stuff? You get a, every month, you get a milestone chat, and it shows up if you choose, like, I think it's the $ icon in the bottom of the, your chat window. If it's time, and it doesn't always come up, it'll come up on your month anniversaries or whatever, and after that. Andrew, thanks for being a member. And Papa Way, thanks for being a member. Moo Fishy is here. Yeah. I met you at the Elegoo party, right? That was you, right? Am I remembering correctly? What time will the hangout be? A little earlier tomorrow. I have a checkup on my implant, which is late afternoon. Well, mid-afternoon. And which is going to get me home a little earlier than normal. So I'm hoping to start at 4 Pacific. And I'll get it set up in Discord tomorrow. Subnormal Nebula, thanks for becoming a member. And Sean, thank you. R. Chapman, thank you. I save my member chats for when stuff blows up for a streamer to get their attention. That is a good thing. I mean, it's basically a quick, like, you can ask a question with a chat. It's all, yeah. It's Mike, thanks for being a member. Okay, this is done. So we can go back to here and start Moonraker. Oops, start. Used a milestone already. Make sure you have them tune your implant so you can pick up your favorite radio station. Make a tic tac with the Milo. Yes, I am. I am. Okay, try again. Yep, there we are. There's all our history back. All the files with thumbnails. It's so much nicer now with the SQL. I did copy the DB file. Yep. So much easier. So that's a video I really want to get out. I've just been so slammed with trying to get my spaces organized. I haven't had the mental energy to get the videos I want to get out. Yeah, Collie, you're in the UK, so 8 hours. Mm-hmm. I am still alive, but it's working. It's up. We got it. It is a Tuesday. Yep. And I'm still working. Okay, before we go, we're not done. We have one more thing to do. We need to test this SKSM module. Which means we need to go in and make a quick change here. So we have a system configuration change. So remember, ages ago, it seems like 4 hours ago, we talked about wiring on this. I mean, it seems like 4 hours. I don't know. So we did the Pi wiring, and I have a harness here I'll have to swap in. But I still have to stop. We got 82 Z-axis pulleys. I do too. And stealth changer on the docket. Yeah. At some point. Anyway, there is some configuration down here. So there's a Big Tree Tech Pi, and if we keep scrolling, usage for Raspberry Pi. So for Raspberry Pi, the procedure is similar. Insert the micro SD card with the OS image into the computer and add the following line to the config.txt file. So I'm hoping this is all we really need to do. So let's copy this, and we don't need to put we can just go sudo nano /boot /config.txt. And go to the end and paste that there, right? Started out as a 3-hour stream. These are supposed to be about 2.5 hours is the goal. Okay, and exit. So sudo shutdown now. But let me make sure there isn't something I'm missing. So for Raspberry Pi, you just do this and save and exit. And there's no other instructions, so. Power that off. Now we can unplug the wiring from the original Leviathan wiring. I can take this up and around, get this out of the way. I'm just gonna let this hang here for now though. So now this is gonna have to power the Pi. And then UART connection, that connection, and this extra little pin we have to solder on, and then our DuPont connector there. So all of that should, so now we should be able to power this back up. You need to install GPIO-D for GPIO control. It doesn't say to do that. It doesn't say to do that. If it doesn't work and there's some missing instructions, then we may have to revisit this, but let's power this on. Oh, I'm not going to troubleshoot this. We're just seeing if this works. 4 more hours later. Yeah. The ESP32 here is a WLED board, Joseph. So this is a WLED board. The skirt LEDs, which actually there's an LED on. That's interesting. Check that out. There's an LED on. I wonder why. And the some case LEDs are on. And so we're going to play with that on another stream. And this is the little Pi shutdown module from Big Tree Tech. So theoretically, if we kill power, this should gracefully shut down the Pi. And then the other stuff is the Leviathan and then the little toolhead board down here, breakout board. So I'm going to shift this around so we can see. Yeah, I think I'm just going to set it up on its front. So I think should be able to just see it shut down, right? I mean, it's working. We have the wiring is working. We have a happy printer. How do you know, though? Serious question. How do you verify it's doing its gracefully? We should see it here. We should see a shutdown process because this is powered by the Pi. And if the Pi's on, this is going to be on. Hey, Sean, thanks for being here. Sean Clark. Why no Clipper screen? Because we just redid the whole thing and I haven't reinstalled Clipper screen yet. Because we started fresh. Yeah. Okay, powering off. I don't know if it actually finished. How do we tell that it actually finished? I mean, main list doesn't include it, no. It stayed on and it scrolled through stuff. The light on the Big Tree Tech module is still on, the little red power light, which does that mean there's still enough power? I think it finished. So now the question is that USB port giving enough power to keep the Pi happy? So I think it's a win. I think it works. I'm happy for now. We'll see how it works over time. Okay. That is where we're going to end it because we did 2 things that worked. Find out when I print. Oh, my shoulders popped. The main cell will give a warning if the Pi is undervolted and if it's throttling. So I'll be watching out for those errors. If it's getting enough power for general operation. So. Shoulder pop came through your mic, did it? I actually have a sports medicine doctor to check out my shoulder because it pops. And it shouldn't. And I've not injured it, so I don't know why it's popping. I'm just getting old. So anyway, thank you everybody, especially for hanging out for this 4+ hour stream. lots of frustration today. I did get frustrated, but I'm kind of glad to see, on some level, I'm glad to see that it was just something was going on with that old install. Exactly what it is, I don't know, but a fresh install and the instructions provided by LDO did work. So, and we did go through, one of the nice things it gave an opportunity to go through is showing how backing up the database and restoring it does save your print statistics and stuff. And it's really easy to do. So with that, thank you. I hope you have a good rest of your week. Thanks Polymaker for letting me give away a roll of filament, and thanks to the various folks who have contributed to this build. We'll go through those before we're done again on this build series. So hope to see you tomorrow in Discord. We're going to do a Mark 3.5 to 3.9 upgrade and a Discord hangout. I don't know if we'll finish it tomorrow, but we'll get a good ways into it. So, and then we'll be working on unboxing the Magneto X on Sunday. So about 4 p.m. Pacific time, I think, Sean, is what I'm aiming for. A little earlier than this stream is. So thanks again, everyone. Take care and enjoy the build.